Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am 380-9090. And so I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire.
My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe days that you be acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sydney. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. My genius is common.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
you guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Great day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Eliza Carter, international speaker, author, spiritual advisor to women, and CEO of the Breathing Experience, LLC. You can visit us at thebreathingexperience.com. I am your anchor for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, and Japan, and cities all over the United States. Welcome this morning to the Black Business Network, which is a global community. Sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Welcome once again to the Black Business Network. Our keynote speaker this morning is Mr. Steve McCullough, president of Steve McCullough LLC, is a veteran and leadership development expert with over 20 years of training leaders. He is an international keynote speaker, professor, healthcare professional, consultant, published author, and trained passionate about developing leaders. Welcome this morning, Mr. Steve McCullough. How are you today?
I'm good. Good morning.
Awesome. We're looking forward to hearing you. Genius is common, and we will see you on the other side.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
First, giving thanks to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for allowing me another day to share those gifts that the Father's giving me. Thank you to the Black Business Expo Committee for this opportunity, and a special thank you for all of you who are tuning in this morning. My name is Steve McCullough. I'm the owner and president of Steve McCullough LLC, and we're a leadership development company. And over 10 years of teaching at colleges and universities, as well as over 10 years of training leaders in business on the corporate side. My experience has taken me internationally as a keynote speaker, consultant, trainer, professor, and then published author. I'm just so proud to be able to recently publish my first book for business. And I'm passionate about developing leaders the right way. So I want to start off today with sharing a very personal memory with you all. To set the foundation. So I want you to imagine walking into a gym for the first workout. Now, this memory is me preparing for my first professional football tryout. And this is when I just met my coach. And we were doing circuit training. So if you can imagine a room, a big circle room with all these different stations, there's 9 other guys, there's 10 of us. And at each station, our responsibility is to hold on for 1 minute and we rotate. We do that for 45 minutes. Now, my first station was the treadmill, and looking at this treadmill, it said level 15, and the treadmill is going at the moment. But on the dashboard, it's printed that this treadmill only goes up to level 12. So I'm wondering to myself, how do we at level 15, and it says only then the top level, level 12. So my goal for this treadmill is to stay on for 1 minute and then move on to the next station. Now, let's just say that it took me a couple times to actually get it down. And the treadmill is unforgiving, and it keeps on moving regardless if you want to or not. So this was my introduction to what we call overtraining. That's where we've learned to be consistent in our ability to run at a speed which is beyond our reach at that moment. But over time, you adjust and you ultimately rise. And our coach defined excellence beyond the normal capabilities, but with consistency. Today, I want to share 3 points of how to build excellence into your leadership development programs, in which I've termed the E factor. So first, we're going to start off with our definition, excellence. Now, if you have pen and paper, I want you to write these down. As you know, before, I am a professor, so I may throw out some nuggets for you to write down, and I want to hear from you afterwards. The definition is the quality of excelling and being truly the best at something. Again, the quality of excelling and being truly the best at something. And we're going to come back to that definition. And when we come back to it the second time around, I guarantee you're going to look at it a little bit differently. So as I said, I have 3 points for you today. And point number 1 is acquire the right tools that are focused on excellence. I'll say that again. Acquire the right tools that are focused on excellence. So I have 2 sides of my life, one in academia and then the other in business. And so let's talk about, for this first part, just academia. You know, as a professor, we provide our students with terminology, case studies, theoretical approaches, and in the basics of those understanding, and we also apply. We would teach application as well too. But a lot of times that application comes through those opportunities that you'll learn on the job. So you have internships, so on and so forth, but you're not really ingrained just yet until you get into the workforce. So for my new employees who have just graduated, okay, so now you've graduated from college or university or trade school, because everyone's not meant to go to college, but we want you to still get an education. And now that you're in the workforce, there's a couple of things, messages that I have for you. Number one, I don't need you to be able to regurgitate what you just learned. I need you to be able to apply it. I don't need you to tell me the latest theoretical approaches that you just went over. I need you to come up with new ideas to fix our current business approaches. That's why I hired you. And I need you to use those frameworks, which you've just spent time learning, and be creative enough to sharpen what we currently have and help us redefine new ones that are specific to our organization, industry, and the current and future needs of our society. In other words, I need you to be able to think and think excellence on top of it. I want your ideas to be outside the box. And I remember how you say it is also important. And I need you to bridge the gap between those who have not been in school for years, but they have earned their respect through their experience. A nugget, a winning formula for business is old wisdom and young energy. You need both of them. And I'm going to say that again. Old wisdom plus young energy, you need both. You know, as a professor, I've always found it disturbing when I see busy work assignments, okay, just busy work for no reason, which should be replaced with industry-related experiences. As a professor, I like to assign my students one particular assignment, and that's go interview an executive in your field that you want to endeavor in, because you have a small window of being able to say, I'm a student. Typically, if you say I'm a student, most executives will open the door for you because they want to invest in our future. So again, you have a small window, because after that graduation, you can no longer say I'm a student. You're going to have to make an appointment like everybody else. But most of my students off of this assignments have reported back to me that they received job offers. And just the experience alone gave them a different mindset. And it makes you think about what things a textbook or a 3-hour lecture can't really help you with. Now, I want to ask this question of which would be more beneficial: taking an internship that is already assigned, has instructions, you report to a location, or teaching you the skills on how to create your own internship or opportunity. Now, some of you might be saying, hey, what is he talking about? So let's think for a minute. I'm not knocking on internships, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. But my point is, part of the experience in teaching and teaching excellence as a leader is to make opportunities for yourself. Because again, after school, especially for my entrepreneurs out there, you're going to have to learn to make opportunities for yourself. Another example is a business lab that I created, just like you have a science lab. A business lab for me was particularly to create a boardroom experience. I didn't want to just tell my students about being in a boardroom. I didn't want to teach them the Robert Rules of Order, and I just didn't want to just lecture to them about it. I wanted to give them the experience. So with the help of our leadership at the college, I was able to rent out, so to speak, our boardroom that our executives actually use. And so I was teaching hospital administration students. So every start of the class, they would report to that boardroom. They would read a script that I had written out in regards to real scenarios. And it was interesting because as over time of the term, we would increase their difficulty. Now, the boardroom will be the start of a class, and we actually use the college boardroom. If you were late, the door was locked. So you had to learn timeliness. And again, we're training excellence. Advancing through the levels, we got to a point to where the CEO would be chosen amongst the group of students, and I would be the regional director at a classroom down the hallway. So this individual, and everybody rotated, but this individual would have to work with their team to come up with a solution to a problem, call me on my phone, my cell phone, and then from there wind up coming down the hallway by themselves to present their idea. Now, It's not taught in the textbook how you're going to feel, the nervousness, the disappointment because you didn't get all the information from your team because you're standing there by yourself. So again, we're changing. We have to move and teach excellence in different ways and incorporate into our leadership development. I'm still getting feedback from students 10 years after. So I'm so appreciative of that opportunity. Point number 2, define what the path to excellence looks like. You know, it's important that we align our business principles with training methods in order to develop our employees. Now we're talking about the business side. Simply take, here's an example of many, but simply take your position description, or what we call a PD, and ensure that training is aligned in the category of excellence. So let's say, for instance, in your performance reviews, you have 4 levels, okay? Just satisfactory, you have, all the way up to outstanding, I'll say it that way. I'm only going to talk to you about what's outstanding because from the very start, I'm going to set an expectation. That's almost like me talking to a student and describing to you what the C level is when there's an A level. We're going to have a conversation about what an A is. I'm not going to have a conversation about what a C is because I don't want you to think about that. We're going to work towards that A. Again, excellence. I don't want you just to come to work as an employee. I want you to come to make a difference. So the difference when we're looking between the academic world and also the business world, in academia, I'm looking for you to achieve that diploma, that certificate, and there's an expiration date on that of graduation. In business, I need you to perform all the time. There's an expectation or expiration also for your project, but I still need that dog in the fight. Let's go. Let's make it happen. Organizations set you up sometimes to fail by having weak training and development programs. So now listen, let's go through some statistics real quick. Recent studies reported that 83% of businesses agree that leadership development is important at every level. However, only 5% of businesses have implemented leadership at every level. So that means we're leaving some folks out. Additionally, 63% of our millennials said that their leadership skills were not being fully developed. Now, to fill that existing and growing need of leadership development and prepare our future leaders, the need for new and innovative ways to deliver effective training is most certainly needed. In academia and business, you find terms being thrown around, and a lot of times there's no focus or there's no drill down. So let's take for an example. Again, now I'm in professor mode. Organizational leadership. Now, we're going to take a look at one of many of the definitions for organizational leadership, and we're going to break it down. We're going to drill down on it. So the definition, a management approach through which leaders motivate teams to meet their organization's mission or strategic goals. I'll read that again. A management approach through which leaders motivate teams to meet their organization's mission or strategic goals. Now let's break that down. There's several components within that we're looking at. Number 1, management approach. 2, motivate teams. Then we have organization missions. And then finally, strategic goals. Now, let's drill down. Let's talk about development strategies with each of those. To do that, I want to use a sentence or question that says, have you been trained how to? Okay, so follow along with me. First part again, management approach. Have you been trained how to identify a management approach that's needed for your current staff? You know, a lot of times I see new leaders come in and they keep doing the same thing that the leader before them did. You're not that leader before. So there's some things that you may need to tweak. You may be an extrovert where the previous leader was an introvert and they didn't like having a lot of face-to-face meetings with your staff. So you need to change that because it fits your personality. Plus, that's what your team needs because you've talked to your team. The next part, motivate teams. So let's go back to our question. Have you been trained to, or how to, identify what motivational strategies work for your team? Okay, again, we're developing our leaders by making sure they're able to drill down on these definitions. So motivation is not always about money. Sometimes it's safe environment, flex schedules, daycare benefits. And then you have to determine what is motivation for your team. We have organizational mission. This is one that I always find most ironic, because when I ask folks, especially leaders in organizations, what is the mission of your organization? Sometimes they don't know. So do you know your organization? Do you know the mission statement? Yeah, you'll be able to find it on the internet site or in some documents for your organization, but do you actually know it? And does it mean something to you? And then finally, our strategic goals. And this is a message for our entrepreneurs. You definitely need to know your market, and you definitely need to know your competitors. So how do we build excellence and focus that development? Dr. Martin Luther King said, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. And we're talking about training and leadership development. So I need you to start where you need to start. That may seem odd to hear, but if your leadership development is pretty good right now, iron sharpens iron, so you can sharpen it. If there's not one existing, we have to start at the stage of actually developing one. So you can only start where you're at. Academically, do you even understand the structure of academics? I talk to a lot of students before they graduate, and I like to ask that question: do you know the difference between a 100 level class and a 300 level class? And the answer, I'm not looking for one's harder than the other. No. Do you understand the difference? Because I need you to understand academia in itself, because you're getting a degree or certificate because you just came through that system. On the business side, if a visitor got lost and you could not find the location where they needed to go inside your building, my question to you is, who's training you as a leader? That's a bad look on an organization. So again, when I'm training leaders, I need to walk you to every nook and cranny within your organization so you understand in case someone shows up. Let's talk further about some more tools about building your leadership and development programs within your organizations. The first one, do your leaders understand your financial statements? That's your financial report cards. Not saying that they have to work with them every day, but can they identify them and understand what the purpose of them are? Organizational charts. Do they understand the workflow within the organization and how the work within your service or your department affects another? All employee surveys, that gives you an internal evaluation. Your customer satisfaction scores, that gives you an external evaluation. Have you sat down and talked with HR and your equal employment opportunity offices to figure out what your legal and your behavioral evaluations are for your organization? Because that's going to direct the kind of training that we're going to do. I'm not trying to guess on what kind of training that your leaders need. We need hard information to say, this is what we need. We need to get better in these areas. I want you to remember this in this stage: get better, get good, get great, be the best, and what a lot of folks forget, how to remain the best. That's critical. Now, let's go back to the definition of excellence. The quality of excelling, of being truly the best at something. And again, the quality of excelling, of being truly the best at something. Now, we practiced drilling down a moment ago. Let's do that with this definition. So the state of mind with this definition, quality of, and then also being the best. If we look at it from a time frame perspective, we're looking at the now. So in academia, typically when a textbook comes out, it's about 3 years old. That's typically, not always. But that's when it finally reaches a student. So what do you think that information, where the information is at? Sometimes the information is already outdated because today's technology and the advances, they're coming out very quickly. Take Michael Jordan, because Michael Jordan and LeBron have been in the news pretty much lately. If you looked at Michael Jordan coming in, and I remember looking at a clip from Magic Johnson talking about a conversation he had with the young Michael Jordan. But think about if Michael came in just to prepare to play against Magic and Larry, what happens with all the younger guys coming in right behind him? You have to be ready at every single level. So again, we have to look at it from a 360-degree angle of how do we prepare our leaders. So excellence is not just a now thing. It's a train on tracks and it don't stop. That's why you don't stop learning. Continue to always learn. Be involved with your industry and where things are going. You must incorporate excellence into your training. Point number 3, our final point. The excellence factor is unbridled training at the highest possible level. Again, the excellence factor is unbridled training at the highest possible level. Don't put your training methods in a box. I also encourage our supervisors and managers that if you're having, let's say, a Monday morning meeting, if it's sunny outside, take them outside. Don't always think you have to have your meeting in a boardroom. Change the setting. It helps your employees acclimate to the daily task that's going on. Mix it up. Practice how you play. And please remember, notice I said proper. Practice provides you with perfect performance. I'll read that again. Proper practice provides you with perfect performance, because you can practice improperly and wonder why you're not getting the results you want. Properly training and preparing your leaders is something that's very dear to my heart. I've been blessed to be exposed to several different leadership development platforms in my life. Number one, starting at home. My parents did a phenomenal job of raising us and preparing us for leadership. In sports, the leadership opportunities that I've had on and off the field, and the level of excellence, and those who I've been around who've mentored me, and even my teammates who just, hey man, no, it's not the way, or pushing me to go a different direction, and helping me to achieve and really think about things. Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, and I appreciate my brothers and our older brothers who have been there to mentor and to shape and mold our paths. I'm a Ronald E. McNair Scholar, and I appreciate that program and what it's done for my academic career and even after academia. The honors programs that I've been a part of, and several advanced degrees that I've been able to obtain. Being in the military, I was a Navy hospital corpsman. I had an awesome time training with my Marines, and that in itself, the leadership development within that system, the military system, was an eye-awakening experience, but one of the best I've ever had. The executive level positions, and also currently working with the Department of Veteran Affairs as well too. And I appreciate our veterans and for the service, as our family members as well. So being trained in excellence on many different levels, one thing that I've learned throughout all of them is be coachable, be very coachable, learn to listen, learn to observe, learn how to disagree, but do it respectfully, because you're not always going to agree. Learning to work on teams is essential. And again, we're talking about leadership development because you have to develop to be able to do that. Some folks have grown up where they don't like working on teams, and now for your job and your career, you have to work with teams. So you have to develop over time. And in our programs, our leadership development programs, we should have a part to be able to do that. I've had amazing mentors who still and have helped me along the way. Excellence, it's not a lonely quality, but being a shared one, and you never make it on your own. Now, one of the things in the business world, we are in an unprecedented time after COVID. Now, this is where a lot of businesses find themselves shifting their models of how leadership development fits into their organizations. So my LLC, I launched it in 2015 as literally starting off as a resume review service. Now I'm a minority-owned leadership development consulting company, and that I'm very passionate about equipping our current and future leaders with what they need through innovative and effective training. The mission of my organization is to create impact through the presentation of practical learning with authentic experiences, and bridging the gap between academia and the business world, and inspiring our leaders of today and tomorrow. Within the last year, I've been able to create an additional line for our company to help churches with their business components. And I've worked with several churches in the past, and I've recognized this need. So I've just published my first book, Conversation Starter. Let's Talk Business, Teaching, and Training in Churches, which you can find through Dorrance Publishing as well as on Amazon. And we're looking again at leadership development within churches on every level. The book is a must read for pastors and those in the business offices. And the purpose is simply just to get the conversation started. I remember one of the things that spoke out to me growing up and hearing the Bible stories is when Mary and Joseph, they had lost Jesus and they found him in the temple. And his reply was he was about his father's, some of you said it, business. Okay. So again, check out the book, and I definitely want to hear from you. Let's review several points, the 3 points that I went over today. Number one, acquire the right tools that are focused on excellence. Don't have mediocre tools. Start them off in the area of excellence, and you stay in that area, in that lane. Point number 2, define what the path to excellence looks like. Point number 3, the excellence factor is unbridled training at the highest possible level. Be creative with your training. In closing, I want to leave you with this. Write the vision and make it plain, but also understand that the vision comes at an appointed time. Excellence does not happen overnight. It takes time. And strategic thinking is critical when we're developing our plans for excellence. As we are developing our leaders, always think servant leadership. The higher the levels you go, the more quieter you're going to be because you need to listen more. And your thought process is not to take, but to give more. When this is done and it's done right, the focus is on sustaining excellence and not just getting there, but again, sustaining it. I'm very appreciative of this opportunity to speak to you all today. If you want to book me to speak at your next events, come talk to your teams. You can contact me through my website, stevemccullough.com. And again, I'm very appreciative of this opportunity. Thank you. God bless.
Wow, Mr. McCullough, that was excellent. I tell you, I think a lot of times we don't really think about the good, the better, the best, and becoming the best, but sustaining that level, you know what I mean, of excellence. So I thank you today for the information that you shared, and I really hope that people take it to the next level and contact you. Can you give us your website again?
Yes, ma'am. It is Steve McCullough. As you see my name on the screen, no spaces.com, and it'll pull up all the information on there.
That is awesome. So let me think about what are some of the age groups that you work with specifically?
So I work with age groups all across the whole spectrum, starting with, because I'm a professor, so starting with the even K through 12, working with some of them in the special building programs. Like I said, I was a McNair scholar, and so a lot of those programs I'm been blessed to be a part of. So our K through 12, we have junior achievement, different programs like that I love to talk to our young folks. And then, of course, the college age, because that's what I deal with. But then even in business, too, the whole spectrum of a new employee all the way up to our senior executives. And that's part of what I do on a daily basis.
And that's fantastic, because we know the younger we can get to impact the minds of the youth, the more they have an opportunity to scale up and really understand the levels of business they want to be in and how to show up as that, not just their authentic self, but their sincere self.
Exactly.
You know, so that is powerful. So let me ask you, this is a common question I think comes about a lot. And I was thinking about it for a moment, is what would you tell yourself at the age of 8, knowing what you know now? What would you tell yourself about excellence, about being the best?
Man, that's a great question. So at the age of 8, I had a phenomenal childhood. I'll say it that way. What I will say is something ironic. I will say that don't take it for granted, because one of the things that I've had to really come to grips with in my life is that I've been blessed. When you come from the home that I've come from, and I'm trying not to tear up, but it's
wow.
My family is excuse me, my family is everything to me. And coming from the home of so much love, I thought that everybody came from that. And so I had to learn over time that what I came from was such a blessing that it helped me to start to work with folks who didn't come from that kind of home, and to say, don't take it for granted. Because again, when you grow up in it, you think, hey, this is a common thing, but it's not common, to grow up in the much love that we grew up in. So again, I'm very appreciative of it. But again, I had to learn how to communicate with folks who didn't grow up in that and not put that expectation on them.
That is so powerful, because I can think about the first time I had an opportunity to deliver my first sermon. And something that I said in it was that I grew up thinking that my parents were perfect. And the feedback I got from some of the people afterwards, even though I went a little further to say, there were some things that happened in my life that brought about realities that I did have to appreciate where I was. I had to appreciate that my parents were tailored for me. I had to appreciate that even in the perfection of what I thought was perfection, I was learning how to grow with a family that met my needs, So, and I learned that everybody has to be able to learn to grow with whether the needs are met or not. There's always somebody in your life that loves you, but can you accept that love from those that God has put in your life? Or does it have to be that it comes from your mother or your father or your aunt or your siblings? You know what I mean? So learning to just be able to teach that. The feedback I got was that, Eliza, this is not the population you should be talking to. So it took me through like a tailspin for a moment, because I did not understand, as you said, that everybody grew up with the kind of support and love and understanding that my parents had, readily available for me. So that was a learning curve for me, that I really had to go back and examine how I approach people with a different level of care and compassion, and not looking like I thought I was so high, because I did not think that, but that was how I appeared to be to that group of people. And my feelings were hurt because I'm trying to deliver my message.
I can relate.
I'm trying to share where I've been and where I'm going.
I can relate.
So I appreciate that highly, what you just said, because, we're living in the times where it's normal now to be a single parent. Back then, it was normal to have two parents. And there are still a lot of children who are blessed to have both parents, and still to have one parent who can actually help to grow them, So I'm thinking about going forward. I know we'll have a chance to talk again. Is there something that you would want to leave as a quote, or something that you could share before we go off to the next level?
Yeah, the biggest thing that I can leave is that keep God at the center. And the reason why I say that is because the higher levels, the more devils that you're going to face. And when you're dealing with business, do not change your morals. Keep that word close to your heart. That way throughout the changes, because at the end of the day, we're going to stand before God. So I don't care how successful you are in your life, you can't take none of it with you. And if you keep God the main focus, then he will continue to bless you. And on a caveat to that is, some folks, they think they have to have that magic formula to be successful. If God gave you a gift, success is going to find you automatically.
I love that, because we know systems work. I was talking to somebody recently about systems and goals, how we always have these goals, but we don't have these systems in place. So you can't always reach the goal if you don't create some systems to get to the goal, Exactly. And I think that has to be taught too, because people are always like, I got a goal to do this, I got a goal to do that. But if you don't have the blueprint, if you don't work the blueprint, you know what I mean? Or understand that you have to have the blueprint, then you find yourself going like this, even though you could be going like this anyway. But when you have the blueprint, it does help to keep you in a pace and in a focus and in a vision that you are actually chasing after something that allows you to see what it is that you're bringing together to get to that place that is not just a goal. It's just a life process, right?
Exactly. Couldn't say it better. Life process.
Yes. Exactly. So thank you, Mr. Steve McCullough. Once again, what's your website?
It's stevemccullough.com.
Thank you. Genius is common, and we will see you on the other side.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school students to go to college. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go now to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Our goal is to give 10 laptops and up to $5,000 to students, and the students can register now online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com, or look at the Cash App on the screen. Let's thank the Black Business Expo US sponsors for June of 2023. We have NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, The Breathing Experience, LLC, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Milan Shane Global, Levelist Business Strategies, Genius is Common Movement, Earth Essentials, Quality Coaching Consulting, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, and Artistic App Design, Kelly Service Agency, Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
When you feel like you're about to hate yourself, love someone. And when you feel like you're about to hate someone, love yourself. And when you feel like it's the end of the world, breathe and remember that you have to go inhale in order to exhale deep. Like a person who thinks too much, I thought about the word genius and thought, genie in us. Then I thought, if there's a genie, then there must be wishes. So I made a wish upon my genius and became inspired to write a piece about war and the way that it destroys worlds, boys and girls weeping over spirits no longer married to the corpses that carried them as child, laughing, funny. How air forces its way back in even when we just want to exhale. Well, I didn't finish that poem because I'm a firm believer in oneness. So no matter how much I disliked the military, I kept coming to the conclusion that all the soldiers in the army are me. So I went back to my genie and I made another wish. I wished for words that would uplift. The genie sent me poems that sounded more like spaceships, because you know we've been working this great shit and we ain't made shit. I wished we could fly us a spaceship that fly so high that we no longer need to exhale, because we in heaven. Fly so far and so fast into outer space that we end up turning into energy. G for genius, for genie, for magic, as you are, as you were, and as you always will be, made of the same star that you see as far, but in fact so close enough for us to shoot for, because Lord knows we need something to shoot for, because too often we are shot at. We gotta pay attention, to buy time, to train ourselves to shoot back, not like bullets, but like stars. Make wishes on the genie that you are, the genie in us, the genius in you, the only person on this earth smart enough to make the dreams that you hope for come true.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you were meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy, especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about 11,500 miles per year emits about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide on an annual basis? In order to save this planet we call home, we have to make an immediate change in the way we navigate everyday life. Derrick Automotive is that change. Our ambition is to build full-size, near-zero emission electric drive vehicles that don't rely on the electric grid. Derrick Automotive makes driving an electric vehicle extremely convenient without sacrificing a sleek, modern design that is sure to capture the attention wherever you go. Make the choice to take part in a movement to help preserve our planet today. Choose Derrick Automotive. Visit us on the web today to learn more.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land, a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be, a safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black.
Your story is powerful. Your brand is valuable. Your business deserves to be seen, heard, and followed. The Black Business Olympics has given you the stage, showcasing Black entrepreneurs speaking on stage, networking, and leading their businesses. Now, let's take your business even further. With the Black Business Olympics logo and clips of past events and inspiring speakers, we celebrate the power of visibility and the impact of your unique story. Introducing 5-Star BDM's exclusive video creation services designed to transform your Black Business Olympics appearance into a powerful marketing tool. Our dynamic approach includes behind-the-scenes shots of video editing, branding consultations, and social media marketing. We take your business story and turn it into a high-impact video that attracts clients, builds trust, and opens doors to new business opportunities. With polished content, testimonials, and high-energy graphics, your brand will shine brighter than ever. Our process is simple and effective. Step 1. We extract the best moments from your Black Business Olympics speech. Step 2. We craft a compelling branded video with your business details, call to action, and testimonials. Step 3. You receive ready-to-share professional content for social media, websites, and email marketing. With our AI-enhanced video marketing strategies, your message reaches the right audience at the right time, so your business grows while you lead. Hear from successful entrepreneurs who have worked with 5-star BDM. After working with 5-star BDM, my brand awareness skyrocketed. My Black Business Olympics talk became my #1 lead generator. The video they created gave me the confidence to pitch my business to major investors. Game-changing service. These testimonials showcase the transformative power of our services and the success that follows. Your business is your legacy. Your story matters. Let's make it unforgettable. Use your videos to land deals, grow your online presence, and dominate your industry. The message is clear. Get your custom video today. Visit 5starbdm.com. 5-Star BDM. We build 5-star brands that people will follow. Are you ready to be next? Email Black Business Network for your special pricing.
Infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats. And staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow Brand podcast and TV series, and I am your business moderator for this day on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today, our speaker is Tamika James. She is a dynamic entrepreneur, author, and transformation coach who empowers professionals to pivot with clarity and confidence. Formerly an international stylist and salon owner known for pioneering advanced weaving techniques, Tamika has trained thousands of beauty professionals across the globe. She is the author of You Got Way More in You, Where Is It? And the founder of CTJ 360 Photo Booth, a multimedia business that enhances event engagement and brand visibility through interactive storytelling. And today she helps entrepreneurs align their vision through her PSO framework that is planned, strategized, and organized, bridging business and life for sustainable success. So whether on stage or in strategy sessions, Tamika's energy inspires action and authentic transformation. So I'd like to bring her to the stage today. Welcome, Tamika James.
Great morning. Thank you.
And how are you this day?
I'm doing pretty good. Thank you so much.
Hey, I am so, first, let me say this. I'm so excited. You have launched a whole new initiative, a whole brand new program in South Florida for women. I want you to help the audience understand, first of all, why you did this and tell us more about it.
Oh, why? Oh my gosh. Well, I was asked to do it and I know that I'm capable. So when you ask me and I know I can do it, plus it's already moving, I'm like, let's go. And mainly there's an initiative for women that was already online. And the founders were trying to find a way to actually get people around the country to get together in person. So they asked me to be the president of this organization in my local area. And I'm like, yes, I'm in. So it's about being a part of something that's bigger than myself.
Wow, that's a big why, big why. Now, you're talking to, is it for Black professional women, anyone, or tell us more about who is this for?
It's actually for women, period. And of course, I welcome my Black women to come on in and be dynamic, show up for themselves, and yeah, all of those things. But yeah, it's for women. It's for women. And it also is expanded to men who support the women as well. We're mostly a women's organization. Yeah.
I want to talk about that because, I talked to, matter of fact, I just got back from Guyana. And one of the persons that went with me, and who Sherry, she's always asking me about perspectives and viewpoints. Like, well, how do you see this? And I'll tell her my perspective. And she said, well, this is how I see this. And we often find out that there is a degree of separation or difference between a male's point of view and a female's point of view. And it's like, this is interesting. And in our world, we are heavily skewed to a male-dominated viewpoint on a lot of different things. So I understand why women are like, you know what? I want a voice. I need a stage. I need a platform. I want to be my full self and with other people that we can have discussions around life issues that will be well received. Now, with that said, do you feel what I just said is accurate for your organization, or would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, Grant, that was definitely very accurate. And women are women have always been trying to find a space to be seen and to be heard and to not be like suppressed. So that's more or less what it has always been about for women. We know we're dynamic. We just want others to, to recognize us and say, hey, you're doing a great job. Well, yeah. So.
Well, I agree with you, and I see you doing so many different things. The other thing that I'm very impressed with you is that as we came out of COVID, and because of COVID, everybody got on virtual platforms, just like we're on now, because that was the only form of communication for business people. And you really took that to another level. You educated yourself and you trained yourself on so many different ways to create content. I remember you invited me, this was about a year or so ago. It was like, Grant, come on down to the content engine. It's going to be down here in Miami. We're going to show everybody how to create content, not be afraid of this new media, because this is the way to get what we call top of funnel, to get people aware of what you do, why you do it, and then they can engage with you on that aspect. I had so much fun. Tell us about content creation. And do you feel like women are not getting engaged, or they are getting engaged, or they over the top? But that I think is a big differentiator, especially now in the AI world, that you've got to know how to create content. What's your take on that?
Yeah, content is super important, because I say this, if it's not on camera, it didn't happen in some people's eyes, right? Mm-hmm. So even though we have a lot of AI tools, we still need to get on camera, share our views, be in front of our audience, show that we actually care about the thing that we're speaking about. And we really have to show up for ourselves in a certain way. For women, it becomes a little difficult, because before, it depends on the woman, but before some women get on camera, there's makeup, there's hair, there's all different things, opposed to, even where a male will show up, okay, you put on your nice clothes, but you don't have to do all of those things. So females are filling those things, and the AI is helping us with that, because we have filters, we have all of these things. So that's what women need to know, that we have all of these things that can assist us. But women are still nervous about showing up and creating content with them present. So I'm helping them to see that it can be done with you. It can be done through the use of AI, but it definitely must be done. And you were talking about this event. Oh my gosh, Grant, you made me just remember and think about that and how it needs to happen again. When we get together, women, men, whoever, and we are creating content and we're supporting each other, it feels so much better. Another person holding a camera for you, cheering you on, making sure that everything is good. These are the things that we need. And, that's where community comes in. Community is super important, no matter whether it's a male or a female, So, yeah, but content it's important, and it cannot be dismissed.
It was so, and I want to unpack that a little bit more, because I want the audience to truly understand, and they should look for this in their own cities, like where they can go. Because when I went, we're not just, content it's wide, right? It's pretty big, but you go in, and then Tamika will take you like, all right, and then she had different booths, different setups, right? So right here, you're gonna videotape yourself doing a pitch on your product, right? And then she would help you to do that, and it would be, the audio, visual will be there. You got a mic, and she would do that, and she would, she always has these portable lighting kits. I mean, she had everything that you needed to do that. And then after you did that, she said, okay, now we're going to do headshots. And we had somebody doing photographs. She said, all right, sit over here in this next booth. They're going to take your pictures, your side, your front, your back, and the whole 9 different scenes. And one thing I loved, she said, okay, you are simulating accepting money. This is like you're at a live event.
Oh, I forgot about that.
You remember that? You remember that?
Yes.
And she said, all right, I'm going to take money for it. I want you're selling your shirt, because I had a shirt for a prop, my 5-star BDM shirt. And I would simulate, that she bought it, and then she'd give me money, and the whole thing would be filmed. And I still have that content to this day, because it showcases what it's about, because people are very visual, right? So it's like, okay, if you want somebody to buy your shirt, don't just talk about it. Show someone else actually purchasing the shirt and then wearing the shirt. I gave you that shirt, as a matter of
Yes,
fact.
I've been wearing my shirt. Thank you very much.
And then you had a podcast studio. Remember, we went over to another section and we actually did a podcast interview. They had a portable podcast host setup put together. I mean, when I think about that whole experience, and it was about 2 hours, you had everything, you got exposed to everything you need to create media for your small business, because that, I think, being visible, as you said earlier, is so valuable in showcasing what you do. And you got to do this again.
Yes, I do. You just prompted me. So especially through what we were talking about earlier, which is called Diva Locals, I will be putting something on. So I'm putting that into the universe right now that it's going to happen. But that's what I love about that organization and the ability they've given me to do things that I know that need to be done. And I'm not under strict, I'm not under any restrictions as far as what I can do. So Grant, I'm going to tell the ladies to thank Grant McGaw for bringing back Content Day. All right. I'm going to tell them that it came from you that said to me, listen, you have to do this again. So yeah, it's going to come up very soon.
Oh man. And then I'm going to definitely give you some props for you. You did an event about, I'm gonna say, a month or two ago. And I love how you did it, because this is around your business. You said, I'm going to celebrate my 2nd year of business. I'm going to invite people out. And this was genius that you said, I'm going to give awards to my clients, people that have been supporting me. Tell us about that whole program.
So I was sitting down and I was thinking about the fact that 2 years have come and there's so much that had happened. In year number 1, I counted that I serviced 100 events by month number 11 in the first year. So I'm like, okay, I did 100 events by year number 1, not even number 1. And we're at number 2. I must celebrate. And then I thought about what's the best way that I could do this than to say thank you to my top clients who have supported me, spoken my name in rooms I wasn't even in, who was just there and supported my business. So I selected my top clients and I honored them. I went out and I got plaques printed for them, beautiful plaques. Okay, they were heavy, all right? I mean, don't get hit in the head with that thing. I mean, you'll be done. So I wanted to make sure that they had something to remember, how they supported me. And I wanted them to shine as well, because the organizations that I have been working for are so amazing. Like, they support the community in one way or another. So I wanted to give them some shine. Another thing was, I wanted my top clients to meet my other clients. You know why? Because those people needed to be connected to the other people that I've been working with. I have a whole laundry list of dynamic clients. So it was about networking, because that's what I love. So I'm like, how do I bring everybody together? How do I say thank you? And then what is my business all about? Testimonies, right? Testimonies. So I set up 2 testimony stations, allowed them to leave messages to me, to also use that testimony station to take photos with people that they knew. I wanted them to invite others so that everybody could be in this big melting pot. I wanted to feed everyone because people love to eat. I wanted to have entertainment. I also showcased how I love networking. So we played this game, and it was sort of like a bingo, but it was, it was sort of like, but basically it was a game where they had to go and find people, because networking to me has been, in some cases, hey, buy your ticket, go into the room and just be there. And hopefully you find someone that you should get to know. But I think that environments like this, where so many amazing people are in the same room, sometimes that needs to be induced on a different level. Mm-hmm. So I was able to showcase how I am a networking woman. So one more thing that I could think of is that I also have this system that people still don't really know about, which is that when the attendees at an event come in, they scan, they put their info in, and then all the photos that we've been taking all night at the event are generated in one space. And when they put their info in, they have access to all the photos that we've taken, and they get the information to all the people that are in the room. So this is a system that every networking event that's happening should actually be utilizing. So I was able to do a lot at that thing, which was called a business shower.
That was textbook genius as far as business network, business development. I want everyone to take a page out of that. I mean, what you did there was so powerful. It wasn't just a one-off. That's something you can continue to develop, to have a pipeline around. People saw your value. You're probably still working through that whole event as far as new opportunities. If you did 100 events, I mean, think about that. That's a lot. That's a lot that you were doing. Now, tell us about what is actually your business, with CTJ Photo Booth, and you've got a lot of layers to that. Help me understand what that is.
Okay. Well, the first layer is that we are a photo booth business. That's where we started. So I have multiple pieces of equipment, so we can do several events in a day. So there's the name of the company is CTJ 360 Photo Booth. So we started with that. I have 2 of those. The fun one that goes around the video. And then I recognize that people actually love pictures. They love pictures so much that I invested in a photo booth. So I got the first one and then a second, and now I have a third. Mm-hmm. So at some events, we will be hired and asked to bring 2 of those. And we recently did an event where they wanted 2 selfie booths and a 360. So that's been my dream, to have clients that want all of the equipment. So that's the first layer of the business, the photo booth business. But as time went on and I'm looking at everything and the fact that we're servicing events that are so meaningful, I'm like, we need to be capturing content that actually has the branding on top of every picture or video that we capture. So we do something called roaming photography. So with that, we move around an event, we take photos of the event. So we do event footage, we take pictures of people and send it to them so they don't have to come to the booth. And then we also do roaming testimonies, where we are asking people how they feel about the event and sending them a copy of that video with the branding to the event, so that they can be the arms and legs on the branding and marketing for the event host. So those are the layers. Now there's one more that I should tell you before I forget or we talk about something else, is that after all of this content is captured, my clients are having me to do recap videos for them. So taking the footage that we've grabbed, a few testimonies and different things, compiling that into a video or 2 or 3 for their social. So now they can post afterwards what happened. And so we do that. Yeah.
Well, you got a lovely business. Is keeps you popping and hopping. And I want to reiterate the fact that content is king. We're actually in the content economy right now. And you start thinking through some of the biggest companies in the world and whether they're chasing after, it's a lot of it's content, because AI doesn't work, or none of that. Social media doesn't work without content. It needs you, and you need to become more trained in the AV world, where it was kind of siloed. Where people are like, oh no, the AV person is over there. Like, no, we all need to know a little bit about audio, the visual, text. Everybody's deep into we call large language models with AI, right? Chat GPT is what is a large language model. That's primarily dealing with text. It does some video and then some audio. And you're going to start seeing more and more what you call a computer vision type AI that is going to go even deeper. So then you're going to see, this cloning. You can start looking, but these people are like, oh, I don't like it. It's not about trying to trick somebody into saying this is me. It's just expanding your reach. Like right now, we're on this live show, but my avatar, let's just say my clone, could be selling to a client that's on my website right now, getting more information. Instead of just having someone read that information, you can have someone speak that information, because people remember audio very, very well, and they remember visuals very, very well. So if you can take your message and make it more human-like and more memorable is what it really comes down to. Now, you also, I mean, I remember 3 years ago, you was like, hey, I can teach people how to utilize platforms like Instagram. I call you are a Instagram darling, not because you're just on the platform, but you know how to utilize the platform. Are you still doing that type of training?
Oh yeah, I do. So every week since 2021, it's 25. Oh my gosh. I teach social media lessons every Monday morning from 10 a.m. to 11:30. And these are on Zoom where we're live together. And what happens is I look at what's happening in the world and I create a lesson for that week. The members that are there, I show them how to do something and then they must do it. So now basically I sit back and they get to work. And when they hit a roadblock, which is what will almost always happen, one reason or another. And let me share some of the things that they deal with. So they take the lesson and then someone is supposed to go in their phone and find some content. And then they're like, oh, I don't know where it is, or they need to delete things out of their phone. There are things that people just are not aware of how to do. So when they hit any type of a roadblock, if it's a technical thing, they can say, oh, I'm trying to do this. And then I can say, oh, you can do this. Let me share something that I'm thinking about specifically. Some people are walking with two phones, right? So they shoot content on this phone, but they mostly use this phone. Now it's time to create your video that you're going to put out to the world. So they have to like transfer content from one to the other. They have to transfer verbiage and things like that. So I'm showing them little things like that, even though you think, oh, it doesn't matter, but they need to know how to move something from one place to another easily. How all sorts of things. I mean, it goes back to something so small like that, where they're like, oh, I'm sitting here stuck, you know, or they try to use the app and they're like, well, why isn't this working? And then either they share their screen with me or they explain it and then I break it down and support them. And now they can move on to the next step. So it's like, oh, okay, I can complete this task. Yeah.
No, I love that. And you have it, it's a master class or people that are, you know, in your network. You're doing this every week. I love the fact that you're doing that because this is how you learn by doing. I know I learned by doing, and everyone, all these platforms have nuances to them, whether it's on LinkedIn, whether it's a Facebook and Instagram and so forth. And other people are just further along the road of doing certain things. And either you're going to, you know, take the time to learn it yourself, or you can learn it from someone else. So it doesn't take you as long to get up to speed. And as I said earlier, we're living in a context-aware world that you're almost competing with people that are not technically savvy as opposed to someone who is. And we see now, if you're not digitally literate, let's just say, in the world, you're going to be severely hampered by what you're doing. It's like being in a vehicle that can't go past 30 miles an hour, and you're, you know, competing with people who are just zipping down the road, you know, going 80 to 100 miles an hour. You know, so you got to get caught up. And you've recognized this. I don't know for how long. That this is a differentiator and a way to compete. And that if I show you how to do these things, you are great with your video. I mean, I encourage everybody, go to, you know, Tamika James, you go to CTJ photo booth and you see what she's doing. I'm like, wow, she's entertaining.
Grant, I think of something else. Not only do I teach social media and help them with their content, we also have to know where to put that content. So I am a life and business coach. And so when we're looking at, okay, so you just created a piece of content, we're forgetting that we need to put it on our Google business profile. So in our classes, I'm also periodically stopping to say, hey, in this lesson, we're going to look at and we're going to stop and post on our Google business profile. So they're creating a piece of content and then they're posting it there. Because if you're in business, you have to know where to put the content. So periodically, that's what I do. I stop and I make a short video and I put it on my profile. So when you go to Google, and you're not going to just see pictures of my clients. You're going to see things that I want you to see, whatever that may be. So yeah, helping
Now,
them
what you
with
said there is very important. It's the control factor or
Yes.
the intentionality. Be intentional when you understand how these algorithms work, these platforms work, like a Google. It needs content as well. I mean, it's like it can't just keep recycling old content. It wants brand new stuff. So now, when someone looks you up, you want to have that influence. This is what I call personal branding. You want to be able to personally brand yourself. You want these platforms to work for you, not against you. So when someone then uses search or they use search or social, they're getting the content that you want them to see. You want them to see everything about Tamika James, and so you're not just putting anything out there. So if you are on your Google business profile, as you said, now Google is aware, hey, she just had an event. And these are some of the content that she created around this event. It'll start to show that on the feed, right? And you're going to start seeing that platforms like ChatGPT are going to be more search-like in their, I would say more Google-like in some of their platform, because if the AI knows who you are, like someone goes to ChatGPT, who are the greatest content creators in South Florida? You wanted to come up with Tamika James, right? You wanted to say CTJ 360 photo booth, right? So you wanted to be aware of you. So you want to be able to train it to work with you. I want to ask you, what are the most common things that you're saying now that either techniques or tactics or something that that most people aren't aware of, but you're training them how to do this? What you give us like 2 or 3 things that if it comes to your mind.
Okay. Instagram is definitely SEO searchable by Google. Okay. I just want to put that together for some people. You were touching on that a moment ago, and I think people don't know that. So there are things that, okay. So when you post on your Instagram, when you type up like your first sentence, your text is SEO searchable by Google, right? And Google can find that. So people think that, oh, you just type something in your browser and it's just going to give you things on the internet. So it's actually going over to your Instagram to look at the words that you're typing in the text to find you, to find what someone's looking for. So that's where people need to know to be very careful with the captions that you use. So that's one thing. And then just utilizing AI to write things that you wanted to say. Now, we know ChatGPT. There are so many different platforms that we are using. ChatGPT still is doing its thing. It's amazing. So utilizing that on a day-to-day basis is a thing that people are not paying attention to. You touched on this a moment ago. It's what you were talking about was training your AI tools to know who you are so that you can do things you need to do. But some people still don't know how to train your AI tools to understand who you are so that it could give you what you need. If you don't train it, it's going to give you these very basic and generic answers. I was just using my AI tool the other day, and I hadn't spoken to it about a particular thing in, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And I just put something in there and it knew what I was talking about. Do you know that it knew that I was having an event on August the 14th? And I just said, can you write a caption about my upcoming event? I haven't been talking to it about any other event except for this one. So it gave in the description, August 14th, it knows where the event is, it knows everything. So we have to train our tools. So those are some things that we're still not paying attention to. Like, people are running from these things. But if you're careful in how you operate, you'll have great success. You'll be found. You'll be discoverable, which is the right word. You'll be discoverable. Yeah. So that's the thing. Yeah.
So we got a couple minutes left. You just touched on something that got my curiosity up. What's going on August 14th?
Oh, that is my next Diva Locals event here in Pembroke Pines. It is our monthly event to bring women together to allow them to get to know each other. And there's a special thing that I do when I'm networking, which is gamification during networking. And what that means for someone who's like, well, what the heck is that? It means that I can't see people coming into a room and just passing out business cards and walking away. We do activities that allow them to interact in a deeper way, to remember people's names, to remember what they do, and to get a little closer to them personally. So our last event, when everyone walked away, they knew a lot of people's names. So yeah, so that's what's happening in our next event. And the leaders in my group, which are my legacy members, will be installed as the legacy members as well. So they're going to come, the ladies are going to come enjoy, and they're going to see who the leaders are, and they're going to get to know each other in the way that we normally do, which is once again through gamification.
I love that. So you're on top of things. We cannot sleep on what she just said on gamification. Because if you think about, even in your childhood, the things that you remember, like I remember Monopoly, I remember games like Scrabble, I remember Bingo, that, you know, the game that a lot of people play. But if you make it fun and exciting, it's not just, you know, a boring event. Like you said, a lot of times these business events, business network events can be somewhat boring or scripted to a certain degree. Like I know exactly how this is going to go, right? But if you make it exciting and memorable, people are, they can't wait to go to the next one and then the next one. And I like how you build out your business model, that you've got these what I call your freemium, you know, and I don't know if it's free or not, but you know, when you do your training, your social media training, that type of thing, that gets people very interested. You get into that area, what I call know, like, and trust. They begin to know you, they begin to like you, they know your expertise. Like, wow, she's very, very good in this area. She may be very, very good in this other area. So when you get into your paid programs, then people like, you know, it becomes less friction in order to get to that next level. Like, oh, I would certainly pay for this because I see value out of this. She's teaching me how to grow and sustain, you know, what it is that your endeavor is. So I really, really appreciate that. You got to tell us how to contact you, because I think I might have to fly down there to Pembroke Pines. Oh, wait a minute, this is women only. I got to get in there somehow.
You can definitely attend. Yes, you sure can. You are a male that supports the women, so yes, you can definitely attend. Yeah. So yeah, if you're able to come on down.
Oh, I certainly will. You got to tell us your website. And you got to tell us, you know, exactly where this location is so we can get people going there, because this is how we create content.
All right. Okay, so I am Tamika James, and I can be found on Instagram under my name. My business Instagram is CTJ360 Photo Booth. So you can mostly find me there. Oh, on LinkedIn, my name, Tamika James. And if you're looking for me in regards to Diva Locals, you can go to Diva Locals _ Pembroke Pines on Instagram. So we have our page open, so you can go there and stay connected to us to find out all the things that are happening. And if you are going to come to our next event, you can text the word diva to 954. What is the number? Oh my gosh. I know the number. Oh, that was crazy. Okay, look, I'm gonna find this number real quick because I know it, but it's kind of like in my head, so it's like I
got you.
Say it wrong, yeah. But we have a text number so that it allows everyone to be able to text us and get to it. Yeah, I can't even think of it right now. I think it's 539-0703.
We'll get to it.
954-539-0703. Text the word diva to that number, and it will text you a link to our next event to be able to register.
That is wonderful. I want to thank you again for taking the time to join us on the Black Business Network. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye. Man, that is wonderful. She does a great business. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. And this expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that is on the screen below, and that is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2024, and they include, 2025, let's get up to speed here, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Firestar BDM Media, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Stub Management, Hello LLC, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shiny Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.fivestarbdm.com today to learn more.
Your story is powerful. Your brand is valuable. Your business deserves to be seen, heard, and followed. The Black Business Olympics has given you the stage, showcasing Black entrepreneurs speaking on stage, networking, and leading their businesses. Now, let's take your business even further. With the Black Business Olympics logo and clips of past events and inspiring speakers, we celebrate the power of visibility and the impact of your unique story. Introducing 5-Star BDM's exclusive video creation services designed to transform your Black Business Olympics appearance into a powerful marketing tool. Our dynamic approach includes behind-the-scenes shots of video editing, branding consultations, and social media marketing. We take your business story and turn it into a high-impact video that attracts clients, builds trust, and opens doors to new business opportunities. With polished content, testimonials, and high-energy graphics, your brand will shine brighter than ever. Our process is simple and effective. Step 1. We extract the best moments from your Black Business Olympics speech. Step 2. We craft a compelling branded video with your business details, call to action, and testimonials. Step 3. You receive ready-to-share professional content for social media, websites, and email marketing. With our AI-enhanced video marketing strategies, your message reaches the right audience at the right time, so your business grows while you lead. Hear from successful entrepreneurs who have worked with 5-Star BDM. After working with 5-Star BDM, my brand awareness skyrocketed. My Black Business Olympics talk became my #1 lead generator. The video they created gave me the confidence to pitch my business to major investors. Game-changing service. These testimonials showcase the transformative power of our services and the success that follows. Your business is your legacy. Your story matters. Let's make it unforgettable. Use your videos to land deals, grow your online presence, and dominate your industry. The message is clear. Get your custom video today. Visit 5starbdm.com. 5-Star BDM. We build 5-star brands that people will follow. Are you ready to be next? Email Black Business Network for your special pricing.
am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black Business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Are you searching for a website that truly reflects your mission and vision? The 5-star BDM website services portfolio, led by Grant McGaw, transforms ideas into impactful digital platforms for personal brands, nonprofits, and small businesses. Each project in our portfolio tells a unique story. From JADICC, a infection control expert organization with professional polish, to Ekaba World Community, a dynamic hub for events and memberships, and Pink Lotus Project, empowering women with donation and program features, every site is crafted using our Brave branding framework and mobile-first development. Our portfolio is more than a gallery. It highlights project context, purpose, and measurable outcomes. We demonstrate brand consistency, strategic user experience, and deliver results that build trust and drive engagement. A world-class portfolio proves capability, sets you apart from competitors, and positions you as an authority. It is your most trusted sales tool and reputation asset. Ready for a website that leads with purpose? Book a discovery consultation or request a brand audit today.
Hey, welcome to Be the Victor Speaker Academy, where we do everything from video courses to our monthly membership. We got some personalized coaching if you're looking to start getting paid. I see a lot of you out there that are published authors or you're thought leaders and podcasters, but you're not getting paid to speak. This Be the Victor Speaker Academy is all about you. It's to help you monetize your expertise, start getting paid from school districts, colleges, and other event planners that are out there looking for your expertise. So stick around with us, watch the videos, download the downloadable documents, and check out what we got next in store for you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black Business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an experience like no other. Tune in every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for The Mary D. Show, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The Mary D. Show brings you powerful insights and inspiring stories from a diverse range of guests. Join our incredible host, Mary D. Welch, as she sits down with thought leaders, business owners, and changemakers, sharing their journeys and successes. From career professionals and entrepreneurs to educators and beauty advisors, Mary D. Welch interviews sports figures and health enthusiasts, offering a platform for extraordinary voices. Explore the world of extraordinary people and places in business and finance, homes and real estate, beauty and wellness, education and empowerment, sports and health, and more. Want to be a guest on the show? Call 619-669-8603 or email Mary at marydwelch.com. Visit www.marydwelch.com to learn more.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund. Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hey, good morning, good day, good afternoon, no matter where you may be in the world. I want to help everyone, all business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders and corporations through the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw. I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM, that stands for Brand Development Masters, or Business Development and Marketing. And I want to be your business moderator that want to bring a lot of value to you today on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today I will be your speaker. And I want to talk to you about my particular business, which is 5-Star BDM. And we are explosive right now. We've expanded our business from just being in South Florida to now an office in St. Croix, Virgin Islands, and also in the Midwest in Omaha, Nebraska, which I am originally from. So I operate in all those three layers, whether in the Midwest, whether in the South Florida area, or also the Caribbean, for the purposes of personal branding, business development, and investment banking. And all those three levers work together, and I influence in the world of industries of healthcare and technology and also finance, from the layers and the capabilities, the skill sets that I bring to the table. And I have now got a trademarked methodology strategy, which is my Brave Blueprint strategy. So if you go to my website at 5starbdm.com, you will see that I've laid out this Brave Blueprint strategy for everyone, because I truly believe that you've got to be brave in this world in order to achieve your goal of whether it's career development or business development. And you must have a methodology. You must have a strategy. You must have a way of achieving your goal. It's not good enough to say, well, I'll just wing it to get there, right? I'll just fake it till I make it. That's not going to get you to where you want to go. If you really look at, and I always like analogies, and I use sports a lot. If you look at someone who's an athlete, they do not get to the highest levels by themselves. They may bring some good, raw talent to the table, but that talent has to be developed. It has to be guided. It has to be, tended to in such a way to get the most out of it. Because in these sports, it's usually a hair breadth of difference that allows you to get the gold, or you might not be on the field at all. And it's a lot of times it comes down to discipline. What are your habits, right? What are the things that you're doing every single day? In a lot of the world of athletes, they do rituals. They're very ritualistic, meaning they do certain things a certain way all the time, because they know that is going to give them the competitive edge that it's going to take to compete with others who are equally talented or even more talented. So how do you balance that out? For instance, in basketball, you might have a great jump shot, but you're not the greatest dribbler, right? You might not play the best defense. So you've got to now find a way to get better in those areas, because all facets of the game equate to a win. You can't just be a shooter only, right? You've got to play the entire aspects, all forms of what it takes to win in a basketball arena. The same thing in business, right? You may be very, very good in technology, so to speak, right? You're very good in technology, but you're not very good when it comes to operations. You're not very good when it comes to marketing. You're not very good when it comes to human relations or HR operations. So you need to get others involved to help you to understand these things as you grow from just a solopreneur to an entrepreneur to a small business, and then eventually an enterprise, right? And there's a process. And if you look out into your network, you say, well, who can help me to do this? And you have to do an assessment of that, right? And that's the first thing we do in the brand blueprint strategy, part of my BRAVE framework, right? We've got to find out your brand identity. What does that look like? And a lot of times when I engage with the client, I talk them in a way like, think of this is that you're going to take on a great journey, a quest. And your quest is to get to the top of this mountain. And I want you to meet me at the base of this mountain, right? This is base camp, right? And I want you to meet me there early in the morning, right? Just come on, with all the things that you have. I need you to bring your tool sets. I need you to bring your skill sets, and I need you to bring your mindsets, right? And I want you to put all that into your bundle and then meet me at base camp. And when you get there, as you settle in, and you'll see me there, with my small fire, and I'm awaiting you. I want you then to unpack all those things. Tell me how you arrived at base camp, meaning what has been your journey over the last 1 to 3 to 5 years, from the last pivot to where you are now. This will become the basis of what I call your origin story, right? Right? How you are becoming or arriving at a particular point in time. This helps me to understand who you are. It'll help you to understand who you are in relationship to what you want to achieve. It's very important to do this type of self-assessment. A lot of people, they just run, they keep running, they keep walking, they keep crawling, and they just don't take the time to understand their journey and where they're leading themselves to. And they need a compass around that. And if you don't check a compass, and I ask people all the time when they start to unpack, all right, what's your business plan? You're like, well, it's kind of, stitched together in a couple of pieces, but so, well, that's not cohesive enough. You lack clarity of what you truly want to accomplish. Because if I ask you that type of question, you should be able to tell me pretty, succinctly what you want to achieve and the clear path that you want to get there. And if you can't do that, we have to really assess, where you're at right now. So your origin story, usually these are between pivots. Sometimes you have pivot, like, one of the reasons why we we remember high school so much and the high school graduation, because that's the launching point into becoming an adult. The launching point, school's out for the most part. Like, what are you going to do to create your life's mission? So we remember those points. And as you go along your journey in life, you're going to remember certain pivotal points. It could be family pivotal points. It could be a point of a job loss, right? Maybe it's the loss of an individual, something that changed your trajectory where you were on and moved you into another path. That's your pivot point. And those pivotal points will shape you. They're going to shape how you think about things, your mindset. It's going to shape your emotions, right? And how you feel about things. And then you start to understand what I call a point of view. What is your point of view? And when I work with an individual, they start to think about that. My point of view is, And what I mean by that, your point of view is this. What pisses you off? And what makes you cry? This is what a guy told me. So powerful. Like, what really pisses you off? And what makes you cry? Because that's where your passion lies. And if what you want to achieve, your goal, your North Star, you're going to get there through what you're passionate about. Like, you're not going to climb out of bed at 3, 4 in the morning to just go to a job or to run a business in which you're not passionate about. And that is not a goal in mind about that. And that is tied to something that you're extremely passionate about. It's something that's like, man, I need to solve this problem because it's extremely, irritating to me for whatever reason that may be. Think about your origin story and what that is. Think about this. And I love this analogy because I love Marvel Comics. Marvel Comics does this very, very good when you start thinking about the origin of Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man because Spider-Man's origin story is quite unique, right? And I ask people a lot of times, like, when did Spider-Man become Spider-Man? And they'll say, oh, yeah, he went to, a lab. He went to school trip. And he got into a lab, and then a spider actually bit him that was radioactive, and it gave him superpowers. That's how he became Spider-Man. Like, no, that's part of the story, but that's not when he became Spider-Man. And he said, oh, well, what do you mean by that? Spider-Man, Peter Parker became Spider-Man not because he just got bit by the spider. What happened was he did get some powers when he got bit by the spider. And then as he began to utilize those powers, he began to think about, what do I want to accomplish? Well, he wanted to go out with a girl, right? He was very in love with a girl in high school, but how was he going to get there? He needed, to have some money, right? To get a vehicle and a car and kind of set himself up. So he was thinking through this. And as he was thinking through this, he saw that he could go to a wrestling match, right? And they had a prize at this wrestling match, a few $1,000s. He said, wow, if I can, get that money, I will be able to get the car and I'll get the girl. That was his goal, get the girl, right? So he goes there and then he wins, right? And the manager of the wrestling association said, hey, you did that so easily. I'm not going to pay you this money. Of course, that infuriated Spider-Man. He did not like that. And then he said, wow, you're not treating me fairly. I don't like this. And then he's about to leave. Now, prior to that happening, he had a discussion with his uncle in the car, as he was coming to the arena, and his uncle noticed his behavior had really become erratic, right? And he was a little concerned about Peter Parker, right? And he tells Peter, Peter, remember this, obviously money isn't everything. You got to get your responsibility together. And with great power comes great responsibility. He tells him this. And then, Peter Parker goes to the wrestling match. Unbeknownst to him, that as he's having this, now I'm skipping, into the arena with the manager, is that he now leaves the manager and a robber comes in to the manager's office, robs him of the money. Now, Spider-Man sees what's happening. He could have stopped it, but he didn't. He said, you know what? You got what you deserve, karma, right? You weren't going to pay me. Now you got robbed. I'm out of this. The robber leaves. He goes downstairs where Peter Parker's uncle is. And he just runs into him and he shoots him, and he runs off. Peter Parker then runs back down. He sees that his uncle is shot. He's dying. And as he's dying, he reminds Peter of what he said earlier. Remember, Peter, with great power comes great responsibility. Of course, he's shattered right now, right? And he dies right then and there. So then Peter Parker runs, finds the robber in one of these warehouses, and he kills him, right? But it doesn't satisfy Peter Parker, right? It doesn't satisfy him. And he began at that point, he made a decision to then use his powers for good, to help others who are being bullied, others who are being robbed, others that are in situations that they can't get out of. And he said, I am going to utilize my powers to do that. That is when he became Spider-Man, not just because he got the powers, but he learned how to utilize the powers for good. I want you to think about your own origin story. What, like in his case, what pissed him off was that obviously his uncle passed away, but he learned a very valuable lesson, a very hard, very tough lesson, that knowing how to utilize your skill sets and your tool sets and your mindsets for something greater than yourself is most important. And so this is what the Brave Path is all about. Understanding your brand identity, the resilience that you're going to need to do all the research you're going to need to understand the market that you're looking to influence. What does that look like? Have you done the hard work? You haven't just run out, hung a shingle up, and then you have a business and you have no idea what you're up against. You see, you can easily say, I'm going to go out, I'm going to play football. But understand there's 11 other guys on the other side of that ball with the same intention that you have to win the game. And if you're not prepared to do that, to be able to overcome that type of resistance, you're not going to win. You're not going to win in business if you don't understand the resistance, the friction that you're going to come up against. This is what we do during the Brave framework, because your next level, after you've understood your brand identity, is to do a skills gap analysis, to truly understand your skill set as it relates to the goal that you're looking to accomplish. This is very, very important to know this, because if you don't do the assessment and understand, you don't have what it takes to achieve the goal. And someone needs to be able to tell you that, right? In honesty. And you must be in a position to receive that feedback about, I'm going to achieve this goal. I have this business and I'm going to make this into a 7-figure business. Great. Do you know what it takes to do that? And if you lay out what you think will take to get there, and someone who's already, remember, so you have to talk to someone who's already been to the top of that mountain, so they can look at your plan and be able to tell you in straight way, like, that's not going to get it done. But if you tweak it here and do these things, you'll get there. But here's where the rubber meets the road. You have to do the hard work. You have to do the hard work. There is no, as they say, to the top of a building, you got to take the stairs sometime. You can't just take the elevator. You've got to be prepared for what it takes to get to the top of that mountain. The wind, the snow, the rain, the different predators that are out there, looking to get what you got, as you want to achieve that higher level, they do as well. So understanding that and understanding your skill sets as it relates to others who have ascended to that level is very, very important, because then you can start saying, okay, I do understand that. I need to now acquire those assets. I need to acquire those skill sets. I need to acquire those tool sets, and I need to get the right mindset, right? Very important. So that becomes that A. So you got the brand identity. You've done your research to get the resilience you're going to need. And then you need to understand the assets that what it takes to get there, the applications that are there, understanding your audience. This is one of the biggest problems that I see with entrepreneurs. They may understand their product. They might understand it from backward to forward, their product. They might understand their service top to bottom, but they don't understand their audience. And they put a lot of effort, money, and resources into the product and the service, but they don't do the same thing or even greater than for the audience. Because without sales and marketing and understanding, and that's the point of sales and marketing, is to tie together the audience with the product and the service together, right? So if you put all your eggs in this basket and nothing in this one, and by the time you're ready, you're like, there's a misalignment, another A, right? A misalignment. Your alignment with your audience is super important. And if you haven't done the due diligence to understand the audience, and if you really look at bigger companies similar to yours and how they're going about their go-to-market strategy, and that you can emulate something similar to that to influence the market that you're in, right? It's very, very important to understand what the audience taste is, because you might be, and this happens in technology all the time. You've developed this product and now you're looking for somebody that needs it. Like, but it's backward, isn't it? Why don't you talk to somebody like, tell me about your problem. Tell me about your pain. What are you experiencing? What is going on? And what have you done to try to solve that? And they start to tell you all these different things. Then you start to understand that there's a gap. There is a problem, because they may not be able to see, you know what, I tried this and that, but this did not solve my problem completely. I thought it could. But if there was something better, I may be interested. Now you've got something you can truly develop. And you've got an audience that may be interested in that, right? And now you begin to engage with them and talk to them and start saying, like, if I come out with this type of solution, would you be interested in buying it? Like, yeah, how much would it be worth to you? Somebody taught me this, and it was so important. They said, whatever it is your product or service does, it has to at least solve a $10,000 problem. I said, $10,000? I said, yes. It has to solve at least a $10,000 problem for that audience, that individual, for them to take action. Because if it doesn't, it's not going to make that much of a difference to them, and they'll keep moving past you, right? Because you don't have enough influence with them for them to take, whatever it is that you're doing to another level, engage with it, right? The call to action is not great enough for them to stop, right? In what they're doing, because you have a misalignment in your messaging with the target audience. Very important. So now we've talked about the brave process, the brand identity. I talked about research. I talked about resilience. I talked about assets that you're going to have to acquire through a skills gap analysis. And then you're going to need a brave blueprint strategy. You have to have some kind of blueprint to get you to where you want to go. That's what we're talking about. When we get to that V world, which is visibility, the visibility of value, right? What is the velocity? What is the volume that you're going to have to generate in order to achieve your particular goal? Value is in the eyes of the beholder, right? It may be valuable to you, your product or service, right? But is it valuable to your target audience? If it's not valuable to them, then they're not going to take you up on your offer, right, of what you're putting together. Remember what I said earlier, if your offer is not solving, it doesn't mean it has to be worth $10,000. I mean, somebody has to pay you $10,000. No, but it has to solve a $10,000 problem for them, right? Right. So whatever you're doing solves at least some type of, and you've got to articulate this through either an ROI, a return on investment, a return on invested capital, whatever it may be that you're doing. And you can articulate that in a way that makes sense to them. Because if you can save somebody $10,000, they're going to listen. And that's just table stakes. It could be 10, it could be 100,000, it could be $1 million, but it has to be relevant enough. And you have to be able to tell the story through facts, through testimony. I mean, you've done this before for someone else, so you get believability, trust, and who you are. They know you is very, very big. You cannot get around these types of things. People will say, that's interesting. I see you have a solution, but I can get it from someone else. You don't want to be a commodity in the marketplace, meaning I can get it from anywhere. Right? If they can get it from anywhere, why would they get it from you? Especially if they don't know you. So you have to create value in the target audience, right? This is very, very important. And that, remember, that value, you can put a price on anything. I could say, you know what, this particular cell phone is worth $1 million. I could say that, but who's going to pay me $1 million for it, right? So value is in the eyes of your audience, right? So you've got your brand identity, right? You've got your research and your resilience. You understand your audience. You've got your assets. You've got your applications. Now you understand the value, right? And the volume that it's going to take, the velocity that it's going to take to achieve your goal. And then you get into that last, and that E, that is when you engage. That's when you execute. You execute on your plan now, right? You're executing on what it takes to get there. You've accumulated everything together. When you have a blank or a blueprint strategy, it's going to give you the play-by-play, just like in a game, right? You have a game plan. You must have this game plan. That is what the blueprint strategy is all about. You have a game plan, a go-to-market strategy that you're going to execute on day by day, week by week, month by month, all right, year over year, right? And you're going to adjust depending on what it takes to get to the North Star or your goal over time and what that looks like. So now you can execute on your plan and you can measure the results, because now it's measurable. You can't manage if you can't measure it. Now you have something you can measure against. You know explicitly that it's going to take this amount of energy, this amount of resources, this amount of effort in order to reach the goal. Because if you can't measure that, then that's going to be bad. It's going to come out bad, right? It's like going to a football game and you got, baseball equipment. It's not going to work. And this happens all the time. This misalignment of business value, right, with the client customer expectation, right? Because again, if they don't see the value in what you're presenting, then they're never going to take you up on your true offer. So when I teach what I do from a personal brand perspective, right, and then to business development and to investment banking, this is a methodology and a process. I use personal branding in order to then top of funnel to build the awareness of what I'm doing, and then building the value of what I'm doing. If you only saw me, I would say even 5 years ago, even more than that, you would say, "Oh, Grant McGaw is an IT professional, he's information technology." And in today's world, people see me, "Oh, he is a business entrepreneur in personal branding, business development, investment banking." I've made that pivot. I've made that shift and change of the perception of value in the people that know, like, and trust me. They understand what it is that I do, and they see the value there. I'm now taking trips to other countries, right? I'm doing investment banking in St. Croix, Virgin Islands, right? I'm doing business development in Omaha, Nebraska. I've done personal branding in South Florida for a number of years. And people say, "Wow, he knows so many people. He can put things together. He can put deals together." People then begin to see the value of doing that. And I say, "I can teach you how to do this, how to utilize these tool sets." I'm going to be doing an AI workshop very, very soon for people to understand how to utilize these tool sets for a purpose, the purpose to achieve your ultimate goal. And a lot of times you're in business, my goal is to make money. That's one part of it. But what is the purpose? You have to have an impact statement. What is the impact and the influence that you're really trying to make with your product or your service? What does it do, right? I'm trying to help people to be better than they were before. It's a transformation and a change, right? I want to take you from a current state to a desired state. And then when you look back at the old you, right, more or less, you can see the change. And what I'm really doing is helping you to unfold more of who you are and more of your capabilities that you have, that you can utilize your total self. And that you know how to get to where you want to go, even if you don't have the particular tool set, you know someone that does, and that you can employ them to utilize their services to help you to achieve your goal as well. Collaboration in this world is very, very key. You can't do all things all by yourself. It's very, very important to do more than that, right? To take you to a level that what you can become very, very influential in the target market that you're looking to penetrate. And then understanding timing. A lot of times we misjudge timing. How much time will it take me to achieve the goal that I'm set out to do? When you've seen that mountain behind me, right? When you've come to base camp and we've determined what is your point of view? What is the story that you have, your personal story, right? Understanding the platform that you're going to use to get there, right? And then the positioning that you're going to have. That's just half the battle that you're going to have to put together in order to say, okay, I've got this together. Now I can start looking at my product. I can start looking at my price. I can start looking at how I'm going to pitch this particular service that I have, and then the partnerships that I'm going to have. These are the 8 Ps. And I got this from my guide because they're so important. I'm going to say this one more time, the 8 Ps. And I got this from Mike Kim. You want to look him up? He was on my podcast a couple of years back. Very, very, I like his framework in which he says, you've got to put these things in order, because just like let's say a person that you know their phone number, but you've got to dial the exact digits in order to get them on the phone. Because if you might have a phone, but if you don't know their exact phone number, you'll never get that individual. Think of that individual as your audience, your ideal client. Do you know the phone number of your ideal client? Your product or your service could be the cell phone itself. But if you don't have the exact phone number, that particular product or service will not be able to engage with the ideal audience. So important to understand that. So these 8 Ps, understanding your point of view, so important. What pisses you off? What makes you cry? What's really got you, passionate about something? What is that? What is your personal story around that? Do you have a story? Have you articulated that story? What is your origin story around these things that you want to accomplish? Right? The platform. Websites and these types of things are platforms. Social media is a platform. Artificial intelligence is a platform. These are tool sets. These are ways to amplify your message. What is your platform that you're going to utilize to deliver your message? Could be a book. Right? And then you start looking at positioning. Positioning is so important. And I always tell the story. I don't know if 50 Cent actually was the origin of this story, but I heard it through him. And he said it like this: positioning is so important. It's like, I remember he said this: how much is a bottle of water? So what I do, this depends, because if you go to a grocery store, you can get a bottle of water for about 50 cents, from 50 cents, right? 50 cents, right? But that same bottle of water, let's say you went to the gas station, how much is that bottle of water? It's about $1. So just double, right? All right, take that same bottle of water and now you're in a restaurant. How much is that bottle of water? It could be $3, $4 in the restaurant, right? And then how much is that same exact bottle of water if you're in an airport? It could be $6, $7. Well, why is that? That's positioning, and it's need and urgency, right? Are you willing to pay, depending on what the situation is, $6, $7 for a bottle of water, because it's a small audience. You can't it's not in a commoditized zone. Say in a grocery store, it's a commodity. Anybody can get a bottle of water, so it's worth 50 cents. But in an airplane, on airport, it's limited. So start looking at your positioning of your product and service in that way. Is it unique? Is it positioned in a way that it's very hard to get for most people, but it's in demand, right? For that audience, it's so important. So remember, that was your point of view, your personal story, your platform, your positioning, right? And then you start to assess your product. What is that product as it relates to those four things I just talked about? So this is the other half. Your product is very important. And then the pricing of that product. You have to understand all the cogs around that for your pricing, the cost of goods sold. What does that look like? So you got your product. Now you understand pricing, the real pricing model, and how it relates to the market that you're in, and how much you can effectively charge, for that particular product, right? So it's product, and then there's price. Then you've got to now deliver it to message it, to your target audience. That's your pitch, and you've got to do all these things in an order, because you won't be able to dial up your audience, right? People start pitching before they even thought about product or price. They start pitching before they even thought about platform. They start pitching before they even articulated their story, right? And you're like, that's out of order, right? And then after you've solidified your pitch, then you can get into partnerships. Like, you know what? You start to discern, I need partnerships. I need the Black Business Network. I need associations. I need other companies. I need people that are in agreement with what I'm doing, and it's a good fit for what they're doing. And then you start to develop these partnerships that are very, very important. If you do all these different things, you will be successful over time. But you must have a coach. At some point, you will realize, I need somebody that will help me get to the next level. You must have a framework, some kind of methodology, some kind of plan. You must have these two things. And the third thing that you absolutely have to have is the will to get there. That's part of the brave framework. Because if you're not brave enough to take this on and understand the endeavor that of achievement, then you're not going to win. And that is how you get to those numbers. Like, why do 50% of most startups fail within the first 5 years? And it comes back to these principles that I just talked about, right? And a lot of times the number one thing is just misalignment. You're not aligned with the audience, or you misjudged it. Like, oh, wow, you came out. Think about back when VHS and Beta came out, right? These are VCRs. If I'm dating myself, why did one succeed and one didn't? Positioning. Beta actually worked better. It was a better product over time, but VHS was easier to use, and because of that, it went out. But then, of course, Blockbuster went out of business. We don't even talk about them more, and streaming, goes forward. So you have to evolve over time in what you're doing and what you have. It's very, very important to understand the brave framework, as I've talked about it, because you can interchange it in many different ways. But you've got to be bold. You've got to be resilient. You've got to be authentic. You've got to be visible, and you've got to be able to execute, right? I want you to take these things to heart as we think through it, and on the Black Business Network, how you're going to be successful, and do some soul searching. Step back. It's very easy to be critical. It's very simple to do that, or to blame others. Very simple to do all these different things. But you've got to look at yourself and say, what does it really take for me to be successful? And how am I going to get there? And do an honest assessment around these things, and then you'll know how to move forward. So thank you again for having me. I want to remind everybody that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App, and that is right on the screen below, BBX USA. See, that's $BBX USA. And our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2025. And they include NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, 5-Star BDM Media, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Hello LLC, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative for Studios, Link Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common. Now we'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats, and staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age.
Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success.
For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, You can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, good day, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw. I'm the CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the Follow Brand podcast and TV series. And I'm your business moderator for this day on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And our next speaker, Joy A. McMillan, is a nationally recognized authority in infection prevention and a passionate advocate for healthcare equity. With over 30 years of nursing experience and deep specialization in infection control, she founded JAD Infection Control Experts as a transformative consultancy focused on reducing healthcare associated infections, or HAIs, and elevating patient safety culture. And under her leadership, she has delivered tailored infection control plans, real-time monitoring, staff training, and mock audits, helping facilities reduce HAIs by up to 45% to improve in all areas of compliance and costly denials in health plans. Joy is also a board-certified expert in infection control and president of the Miami-Dade APIC, or APIC chapter, and a trusted speaker at national health conferences. So I would like to welcome her to the Black Business Network. How you doing, Joy?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Just wonderful, 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 wonderful. I see you so often nowadays, especially on social media platforms, but also in different conferences that you have been involved in. And you're just, you are the poster child of how to develop business and grow opportunities. How do you have so much energy and time to do all that stuff?
Well, it is truly my passion. So when you love what you do, and as an entrepreneur, business does not come to you. So you have to put the work in. You have to get out there and network. I love networking. And these conferences are an opportunity to do what I love to do and network so that the business can thrive. So I'm thankful that I'm able to go to so many conferences, and I'm thankful for the opportunities when I'm asked to speak as well.
Well, you just recently spoke, I believe it was the Florida Healthcare Association, that you were asked, and this is such a big, I love this part. When you're in business and people are asking you to be on their stage, it says something. To your point, like people, you have to go after business. When somebody comes after you, they see you as valuable. Talk to me about that experience.
That was wonderful. Florida Healthcare Association has been doing this for years. I think 50 years. They have their annual conference this year, or whatever it was. And for the first time ever, they had a live podcast outside of the expo room, to where they invited a number of people to, I think they had 5 slots, and I was able to be one of the only female that was actually invited to come and speak on what I do. It just shows that people are understanding, and the more people know of the services and know of what I do, and the more speaking engagements I get, people love to showcase that. When you're doing good things, it's not hard to sell. When you're doing good things, when you're really promoting what's right, when you're out there fighting the good fight. So I'm excited about that, and I love speaking. So every chance I get, I never turn it down unless I have a family obligation.
I know when you first worked with me, and with the artist has know, Joy is one of my clients, and she's been working with me over a year now. And when she first came, to work with me, and she said, "All right, Grant, this is where I'm at right now. Can you help me with this next phase?" So I had to take a look at her current website. I took a look at what her messaging was. And we had an honest conversation around this. And I believe you've had a major turnaround. I want you, just from your own perspective, talk to them about your experience with 5-Star BDM.
Oh, that's an easy topic.
I started off knowing, you know, as a person that is focused on growing their business and, you know, really investing in their business and growth. I knew I would sit up at you know, set up at you set your table at these different events and this and that. And the first thing everyone asks is, you know, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Because the primary name at that time was JD Higher Expectations, right? And what was that? I knew what it was, but I knew that no one else understood what it really stood for and what the concept was. And so we went down that path together, explaining, you know, where I am, what I wanted, where I wanted to be. And it was a great process because I learned a lot about myself throughout my journey, because one of the things, you know, you do is you require us to go down that path of where did it all begin? Who are you? What is it you're really trying to accomplish? And in doing that, you know, it changed my focus mentally as well. And it also made me understand the value that I actually bring. I I knew I had value, but there are times when, after going down that strategy session and understanding, you know, where your gaps are in your business and how you can elevate that, and it doesn't take as much as some people may think to get there. You just have to follow. You have to follow the program, and the program works because, you know, here I am today. I can't tell you how many places I've been, how many different opportunities that have been awarded to me because of that presence. And presence, I mean, we're in a digital age. Presence is everything. It is absolutely everything. So I'm I just finished working with a group. I think there were 6 or 7 of us in the Infection Control Today magazine. They did a panel discussion with Sixers. I think it was 6 of us, top subject matter experts in infection control. Um, I wouldn't have been on that stage. That online presence is everything. How you represent your business, your ethical commitment to your clients, and the value added and the return on investment. So I think working with 5 Star BDM really, it launched me. It launched me, and people have to understand it. It's not overnight. Things don't happen overnight, but when you put the daily work in and daily work in and daily work in, you will see results.
100%. And I'm glad you said that because it's a two-way street. You put in the hard work. And let me tell you, working with her, and I love working with her because she said, I don't want to do this mediocrely. I want to do this, I am a premium brand. So based on that, after we went through the brand blueprint strategy, that's the strategy, that's the building block, right? Then she said, okay, what do we have to do next? And well, we're going to have to build out, your website because it wasn't reflective of the premium brand.
Right.
And we built it out. It's a beautiful website. You got to go to it. You got to go to jadicc.com. I mean, you just take a look at that and you'll see it really captures her story, her essence. We put a lot into it, but it's beautiful, beautiful. But that's not the ending, because after we did that, I said, okay, Joy, I'd like you to be, now the guest on my show. And how do we want to do this? Because it's part of the package, right? Is I want to do this at a high level. We're going to go, can we do it at a studio? I said, yes, we can. So we went over to the Levon Innovation Center studio, And remember, we put the whole package together. Like even now, she has some of her brand colors on. These are her colors. She said, so we
Notice that.
because it has to match, right? Everything there's a balance, there's a rhythm to everything. I'm telling you, we get over to the Levant Innovation Center, and you got it. This interview is still available online. You can look it up on my website at 5-Star BDM. Go into podcast, you'll see her particular session, and I want you to tell us how did you feel doing that podcast?
I felt doing that podcast that I was, sometimes in your life you feel like I finally had an opportunity to be me and show off my excellence.
Mm-hmm.
And it was it was funny because as we walked in, my website, my brand colors were the colors that was set up in there. The chairs matched, everything matched. And it was just a wonderful opportunity. And like I said, I don't like to do anything sideways or halfway. If we're going to do it, if we're going to have that grand opening, let's do it with a bang. Let's do it with a bang. And they were so professional, and the podcast was so smooth that the time flew before I even knew it was time for it to be over. I mean, it was wonderful.
But it gave you that stage, and we were saying like now you become visible. We've done the brand blueprint strategy. You understand the game plan, right? We're starting now to build out the platform. Like I said, we've got the platform built out. Now we have an opportunity for you to now to showcase. And that's what people, they see my show, and some guests are guests. Some of them are clients. A lot of them are my clients, because then I give them, and I'm glad how you said that. You now have the opportunity to showcase your expertise, and you're clear. You have clarity now that you didn't have before, and you're sitting and you're stepping into your zone of genius. The stage is set. This is the Joy McMillan moment, right? This is your moment. And this is the most beautiful thing. It wasn't like a one-off, one and done. She has taken that launch point and continued to escalate up. If you follow her on LinkedIn, you go to her LinkedIn page. She is just she's just got a massive audience. And I think when we first started out, I don't know, I think you had less than like 500 or so of followers at the point, connections on LinkedIn. Say, hey, you got to get it up there. I think now you're hovering around, what is it, 4,000 or 5,000 or so?
Something like that. It's definitely come a long way. And people, I think it's important for people to understand it's not so much about simply just being on LinkedIn, but it's about forming the connections, building the connections, because those connections have led me to so many other opportunities and collaborations. And it's really about using the platform to be genuine about what you have to say, be authentically yourself. And people recognize that. And then they continue to automatically, they reach out. I had someone reach out to me the other day when I spoke at APIC, and they were talking about, hey, all I see right now is you on the stage, but you have your presentation. Have you done presentations like that without having, a PowerPoint or anything like that? And I was like, oh yeah, you mean she was like, just engaging with it. And I was like, of course, that's where the fun is. That's where you really get to
understand your audience, and your audience gets to understand you, because she saw how engaged I was with the PowerPoint, still with the audience. She was like, have you ever just, and she's like, we need to get together later on this year because I have some things coming up and I think I want you there. So just using that platform, LinkedIn is a great platform to be able to, I would say, just gain different connections and have people reach out to you. And you actually, I love to educate. And so my posts, most of my posts have everything to do with teaching people and helping them understand what gaps that they have. And, you know, if they need the help, I'm here, and letting them know that. So, yeah, I love it.
And that's the point, that you're sharing your expertise with your target audience.
Yeah.
And through that, I've learned so much about just personal, hygiene and understanding infection control at such a high level. And I know when we first got together, and I was, because I've had my own personal tragedy in the healthcare system, had nothing to do with infection control. But then I started to understand that medical errors are huge. So we have, well, I think it's like 400 or 500 medical errors that result in death every day in the United States. And we put it in the context around that. That's like 2 jumbo jets crashing every single day. And I always bring this up because I want people to have context around this, because if 2 jumbo jets actually crashed every single day in the United States, there would be an outcry, and it would be like, oh, no, we're shutting down the airports, right? Because like, no, we can't. No, this is a problem. But this actually happens every single day in the healthcare industry. And because it's not focused on, and it's not packaged in the way that I just said, we become like, I think, somewhat complacent, maybe. Expecting, like, oh, well, we only lost 1 today. Like, that's 1 too many.
Right.
Talk to us about hospital acquired infections.
So, hospital acquired infections, and I'm glad you actually brought up your personal experience when it comes to medical errors, because my expertise is in infection prevention and control, but it's also in regulatory compliance and survey readiness. And so those things go hand in hand with patient safety. And so you have some people who have their niche and they're in infection control and that's it. No, I actually know every regulation when it comes to CMS guidelines, when it comes to Joint Commission or DNV, whoever the accrediting body is. That's why I focus so hard on mock surveys, because it is to make sure that when your loved one goes to a healthcare facility, they're not coming out with any healthcare acquired infection. They're not dying from a healthcare acquired infection, that they're not getting medical errors that are preventable. And these things take place, just like you said, every day. But if you don't have a system in place to make sure that everybody is getting quality care, then it's just like you said, people get complacent. They don't even think about it. You have to bring it to the forefront. And then at this day and age, and it's sad that we're here, but the reality is if it's not costing them money, then they don't see the return on investment, right? So, but it is costing them money and they don't even realize that it's costing them money when the surveyors come in and they give them their penalties for all of their citations. It's costing them money when they have to settle with these families that have gone through such hardships because their loved one can no longer do what they used to do, or their loved one isn't here anymore, right? So there are costs to all of those things, and not just that, but staff turnover. You have healthcare is dealing with the turnover issue of the century since COVID came through. And it's really, really bad. And it's not getting better if you're running an organization that does not prioritize patient safety and staff safety, because the staff want to feel confident and comfortable with putting their passion into taking care of people. And if they see that that organization really just cares about the dollars and not the persons, then they choose to move elsewhere. And we see that all the time. So it's really about supporting people, helping them understand why it's important, having those difficult discussions with healthcare leaders that need to hear it, because it's not the small person at the bottom that is going to be able to approve the changes that need to be made. But they do have a voice and they can advocate. And and not just the workers, the public, you all have a voice. You can advocate for change to take place. And so as I step out there with my platform, I try my best to continue to teach and educate the public on what they can do and what they should expect from a healthcare organization.
This is important knowledge. I would, if you don't mind, I'd like to, because I want to utilize this as a moment of education. And because a lot of times when I see a lot of your posts, you're giving tips. You're showing some things that you can do every day, whether you're in the facility, these types of things. Because like I said, there's turnover. There's a new nurse in there. You don't know what their skill set is. And these kinds of things. I should probably take a lot of your posts and just plaster them, all over the facility, because here's the how-to, to make sure that you don't leave the facility with something that you shouldn't. Can you give us some tips that you say, here's 5 or 10 tips, whatever it may be, that like, hey, if you just practice these things, it's going to help you immensely?
Okay, so is that when it comes to healthcare workers, or is that the general public? Who's my audience?
Let's do the general public right now. Yeah.
Okay, that's easy. So the general public, I am a very strong component. I will say, get your vaccines. If you are eligible to get a vaccine and it is that time, get your vaccine. I know that there has been a lot of hesitancy based on a lot of misinformation and disinformation, but vaccines actually have proven to save so many lives. And we're seeing so many resurgence of things that don't need to happen. So I would say follow the science. Don't listen to the misinformation, disinformation. Follow the science and follow the science experts, and they can lead you well. The other thing that I would say is make sure that as you are going about your daily routine, there are certain things that you can do every day that just simplify everything. So I keep hand sanitizer, a big bottle, in my car. And so when I leave my car to go someplace, I'm not a germaphobe when I'm out there and just doing the most. No, I go about my shopping or whatever I intended to do as I'm in the store. I do not, however, touch my nose, my eyes, or my mouth, right? And as I'm leaving the store, I go ahead and I put everything where it needs to be in my car, or do what I got to do. And then I sanitize my hands. And I keep that, it's the simple things. The other thing that's important is, please, when you see somebody who looks like they may be sick because they're coughing a little too much or this or that, keep a mask with you. Protect yourself, because what we've seen, and unfortunately, in the States, as well as, I think they're better abroad than we are in the States with this. Put a mask on if you think somebody has the option, or if you're in a highly populated area and you just feel a little bit like you're in the airport or you're on an airplane. I do not do any of that without a mask. And then as soon as I come out, I take it off and remove it. So am I wearing masks everywhere? No, this is not back in, and I will say public health emergency. I won't say COVID times, because COVID times are still here. People don't realize there are many people that are getting sick, and it's not, even for those that are vaccinated, it helps prevent you from having the worst outcome. But people are still getting sick from COVID. There are small details when it comes to disinfection and cleaning that people need to understand. Read the bottle of what you're utilizing to clean. Read the actual instructions. Don't just spray it and think, okay, I've sprayed it and now I'm going to do what? Wipe it up? Because that's what people usually do. But that bottle will tell you, if I spray this, how long does it have to stay wet before I actually can dry it up so that it can do what it's intended to do and actually disinfect that area. And a lot of people don't know that. So I think that's a good thing to point out and make people aware of, because without it, you're putting yourself at risk without even knowing it. You're thinking you're doing the right thing, and instead of doing the right thing, you're just making yourself feel good, I'll say, or you're making the area look better because it doesn't look like it's dirty, but the germs are still there, and the germs are still German. So
the germs are still German.
They're still German. They're still doing what they're doing to cause harm. That's their favorite thing. Germs' favorite thing is to cause harm. And they do it so well. So we're here to stop that phase, stop them from having the opportunity to do that. That's the goal.
This is important. Thank you for giving us those tips. Very, like I said, it wasn't just during COVID around doing hand sanitizer. It's not just during COVID when you're thinking about the mask, because, like you said, germs still German.
Like they're still German.
Yes. And I just got out some airplanes. Matter of fact, I think if I counted it up, I think I was on maybe like 6 airplanes probably within the last couple of weeks. And you're just clustered, with people, 300 people or so, on an airplane. You have no idea, what they're carrying, or they might not even have any idea.
And that's the key. I'm so glad you said that, because most people really don't understand that you have a set of people that would easily put your life at risk. Easily. You do have a set. They know they're sick. They don't care about the public, and they're going to travel as they will. We saw it so much with COVID, right? But then you have people that have no idea. So in infections, you have what they call an incubation period. And in this, I am fogging. Hold on. In the incubation period, we'll just go without those because I don't need them. In the incubation period, you will have sometimes 14 days that the virus lives in your body and
can be transmissible to others and you have no idea.
Wow.
You don't have an idea that you're carrying it. So you can't protect anybody if you were one of those wonderful people that cares about your community or your family or anything like that. You wouldn't even know. So having that incubation period, and it's different depending on the virus, depending on the whatever it is. Sometimes it's virus, sometimes it's fungal, sometimes you just don't know. And being able to sit there and just understand that protecting yourself, they say it all the time, protect yourself at all costs, right? It's one of those sayings now, right? But, and we're not just talking about protecting our peace in this situation, we're talking about protecting our health. And so you want to prioritize protecting your health. You want to be proactive in that sense at all times for you and your family. And so that means whatever you have stays with you, but whatever they have, you don't want it and you're not going to get it. So yeah, anytime you're taking, and I've been doing that all year. I've been on so many flights. I at one point in time last month, I believe, yeah, in July, I actually took a breath and said, thank God I'm home, because I had 1 month where I only had one engagement, and in June I think I was home maybe 6 days. I was flying from one place to the next, to the next, to the next, and it's like, whoo.
Yeah, and keep yourself healthy, and you do all those things like you said, because you're around, especially going to conferences and whatnot, and you just got to be aware of that. Whether you get food, you're eating in certain places, you don't know how what cleanliness levels are. And I know for yourself that you're watching all of these different things.
Oh, I sure
walk
do.
into a place, because you do audits as well. You go into a facility and do an audit and look around, and you're like, okay, this is not going to pass, but it'll let you know where you're at, also. And maybe you get somebody, the 5-star, you give them an A+ because of how their cleanliness level is. But you got to protect yourself. That was the number one takeaway I got from what you just said. You've got to protect yourself, because some people they're not intentional about spreading germs, because they just don't know they're sick. It says it's an incubation time, and by the time they're visibly sick, they've had that for a little bit of time here. We've got a couple of minutes left, and I want you to, if you don't mind, just kind of hone in more on running your business, and what do you feel are going to be your next steps? What can we look forward to seeing from Joy McMillan?
My next steps, when I look at the plans for the future when it comes to JAD infection control experts, is to be able to be I want to say more visible and more involved in some of the bigger enterprises. Right now, I have consultants that work with me across the nation. I was able to gain that through APIC. However, I have a broader vision, and I'm looking for some global partners as well. So I've been speaking with people in different countries about what's going on in their facilities, and do we have the ability to support them, and scaling up so that we can support everybody, so that we're not just nationwide, that we become worldwide.
Oh, and I love that. I'm glad you're saying that. I think it's so important. And then also for the audience, we've mentioned the acronym APIC, but I don't think we've told them what it really means. I know you're the Miami-Dade president. Give us a little bit of context around APIC.
So APIC is the Associations for Preventing Infections, and all of their experts. And so we are the subject matter experts. We are the people that are in the facilities trying to keep you safe. However, there's a huge advocacy that comes along with APIC. And I'm so thankful to be a part of that organization, working with them. We're still, USA may have given up on WHO, but APIC has not. We are still partnering with WHO. We are still partnering with the CDC. We're still partnering with global healthcare organizations and global public health trusts, so that we can continue to make sure that whether the government funds it or not, that we are here trying to make sure that everyone has safe health care in the world, that you can, and that children aren't dying across the country and in other countries because we're not vaccinating or they don't have access to vaccination. So, I mean, there's a lot that's going on, and it's a wonderful thing to be a part of that. I would say that organization. We have APIC. I'm also speaking at FIPIC, which is a Florida chapter of, or it's actually an association for Florida professionals in infection control. So I'm speaking there in September as well. But the goal is for us to champion, as subject matter experts, everyone's health and make sure that everyone has the ability to have quality health outcomes and expect that. I mean, we should be setting the bar. And so APIC gives us an opportunity to continue to fight the good fight, keep educated, educate others. And so I love that.
And does APIC, in your role as president, do you engage hospital systems, skilled nursing facilities, acute care, rehabilitation center, all of the above, or just some of those?
All of the above, and ambulatory care centers and home health agencies, and everywhere that you would go, doctor's offices. Healthcare is healthcare. You should be seeking it out proactively, but sometimes you need it because something has gone wrong. Either way, I mean, and some of it's cosmetic. You have no idea the cosmetic centers, how many of them have actually started. And you've got cosmetic centers, you've got hydration centers now where people will go and say, oh, I just need a rejuvenation and this and that. Or let's not talk about the mommy makeovers. Yes, I probably needed one 10 years ago and never got it, but I haven't got it because as a nurse, I've always seen when things go wrong. So when it comes to not having surgery, if you don't need to have surgery, sure, I'd like my face to be a little bit slimmer and a little my waist too. But I will take it as it is because I know what can happen when things go wrong. So that's,
well, again, I want to thank you again for being on the Black Business Network. This has been wonderful. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. I want to remind everybody that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for students and K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser, and you can go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that is on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So I want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2025. They include NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, 5-Star BDM Media, Lotus for Shade Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Hello LLC, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani China Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business USA, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.